What is up, everyone? How's it going? Happy Sunday. I guess tomorrow's Monday. I feel like Garfield. I hate Mondays and lasagna. I don't know. Anyway, you've been looking into PBX. Why? Because you, don't really like yourself? I used to do PBX stuff. It's a pain. What are you doing? Asterisk? Free? Incredible PBX? It's interesting to look into, but VoIP administration is a pain. Especially because, you have to worry about a SIP trunk or something coming in for your number and then securing it because if somebody compromises your box, and then suddenly you're dialing for a bunch of Indian or African centers. True story. You're on the hook for that bill. I've been there. Not fun. So a lot of people don't know this, but that's actually how a lot of scam call centers work, is they hijack the legitimate numbers of businesses that have PBXs that are compromised and then run 800 numbers and stuff out through them to run their scams. Yeah, it's no bueno. Just want to do a house network for PBX. Bit much. I mean, it's interesting to learn, don't get me wrong, but just make sure you harden everything. Focus on the security aspects of it. Like I said, one day you'll just wake up and you'll be like, why the hell did I just spend 20,000 minutes calling out of Africa or to Africa or something like that? Yeah. VoIP is an interesting thing. Oh, you're live, didn't see the notification. Yeah, I'm live. What is the future of a strong password? A lot of corporations are moving away from passwords as a whole and moving into where you're going to need password list systems. So either it is YubiKeys, stuff like that, or the passwords are cycling in the back end with a privileged access manager, and then you're using systems like Windows Hello and all that, so you won't even need to know your password. They'll just be working on biometric. I know at work a lot of the laptops we have fingerprint scanners built in, and they're going to soon have those activated. I know in our work laptops we also have smart card readers up in Italy. But yeah, I do know that NIST is working on a draft of specifications that you may not need to ever rotate your password again. Well, not again, but unless it gets compromised. Now they're moving on to 15 character minimums of passwords and rotating if compromise is detected. And then yeah, we're moving on at work to not even having to know our password. We already have admin rights revoked, that you have to get an admin account and then you have to log into a PAM to be able to grab your password, and it automatically rotates in the background. So I think that's where the future is for a lot of the passwords and everything. The whole new world. You talk about the uses of Meshtastic. Meshtastic, primarily you can use it, it's a LoRa technology, so you can well, primarily the main use is communications in terms of text. It's a low bandwidth network, but it's more so you can create a mesh network with different devices. You can also do AES encrypted messages with it and then share a pre-shared key before with people. I actually have one of my Meshtastic devices over here. I was actually in the middle of recording a YouTube video before I started here, talking about ham radio and CB. I was talking specifically, I made the video in light of the Portugal and Spanish power outages out there. So I actually have all my Meshtastic devices here. I got, that freaked me out. I was like, why is my carpet moving? And I just realized my dog's down here. What's up, Barack? So yeah, I got my LilyGo T Echo over here, which is nice, but you got to connect a phone to it. This is the LilyGo T Deck, which is its own standalone unit. The battery on this can last about 2 days or so. This one's been up for 120 hours with power and everything, charging it and all that. There is, where's my other one? I don't know. I had a little sense cap. I need to find where that is. Okay, that's gonna bug me until I find it. Hold on. Barack, are you on top of it? Yeah, I have another one that's like a thin card that you can like stick on your bag, or belt. Yeah, that's gonna bug me until I find it. You're probably on top of it, dickhead. Why do you always pick the most inconvenient spots to lay down? Cute, but you're a pain in the ass, too. Don't mind the radio head and matrix. Yeah, did we pull that in properly? I don't know if you had the rights to create channels or not on the server. I'm still trying to figure out matrix specific. But I know everyone's freaking out about Discord going public and worried that Discord may be in shitified as a result of it. I'm not going to comment one way or another. My perspective is that all platforms die eventually. That's just the way of the internet. So I kind of made a a matrix server in case that fell. Hey, Barack, can you get over here for a sec? Barack, come here. Come here. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. You're a good dog. I just left you out in the rain for a little while, though. I also forgot my wine glass. Get that second. Okay, where the hell did I put that card? There's my ham radios. Man, I just got one. Welcome to the world of ADHD. I am your guest, Butterfly! Host. Oh. I need to clean my desk. I know that. I was also looking for a tablet that I had on here originally. But, I knew it was here. It slid under something. Yeah, see? This is a mesh-tastic device, too. This is a rugged one. I'm going to get another one of these to slip them into their vests when I take them hiking, so it'll have GPS, and then, the idea is I'll enable the GPS on here, connect to my mesh-tastic device from them, and then I can track them a couple miles out, so in case they run off, I'll be able to find them. He's a good boy. Chev? Good boy. Ever search up old YouTube videos? A little bit, but most of the time I'm doing it for, looking up old videos for educational reasons. Ever see Mike Walt? Did you see Mike Waltz was using a Signal Clone's TM signal? Yeah, I caught wind of that before I got on stream. I didn't get to look at it because I was in the middle of recording my other video. I was making a video in light of the Portuguese and Spanish power outages about radio as a whole and why us in IT, cyber, and networking should look into amateur radio, whether it be CB, amateur radio, FRS, GMRS, MERS. I was just kind of giving a 101 on all of that. So that'll be out soon. I just had to record it. So let's see. HBX shared this video. The signal clone the Trump admin uses was hacked. You know what irks me? None of these schmucks use privacy screens. Like, that is one of my pet peeves. Like, all of my devices, I don't know if you've noticed this from my streams. I use privacy screens. Like, that is just an SOP that I have for all of my phones, with the exception of the Samsung that I use to record TikTok content on, primarily because the privacy screen does interfere with, you know, the color and stuff like that. But this is a phone that doesn't really have anything sensitive on it, so... Meh. Did that today to find my old chemistry teacher for putting his hand in an experiment. On your monitor too? No, I don't do it on my monitors because I don't take these out in public. Now, my one laptop does have a privacy screen on it, the Purism Librem 14. But yeah, look, Mike Waltz literally has a screen open to the public. Like, what the hell, dude? And if I were in the position... God help me if I were ever in politics. If I were ever in the position of politics and I were in a meeting, there would be a box right by the entrance that's a Faraday cage. And I would require everyone to put their phones in it before they enter the room. This irks me. Like, you shouldn't be able to walk into some of these meetings with your phone. Now, I don't know particularly what this is, but also, can we talk about the fact that they have baseball hats? Like, where's your suit? Of course, 404 is like doing this so that I have to like sign up. In the UK, we had a period of government by WhatsApp. Yeah, I heard they did that in Israel too. And Israel, they came down hard on them in the InfoSec community. Because you have to understand, I'm not getting into the political aspects of Israel versus Palestine. I'm just talking specifically from an InfoSec standpoint, just before anyone jumps down my throat about it. Overwhelmingly, a ton of cybersecurity companies have a footprint in Israel. Either they trace to or they work in. And yeah, that Netanyahu's not liked by many Israelis. Alright, so let's see. Really? You're gonna make me have to, like, check my email? You know, 404, you're really pissing me off that you're, like, paywalling stuff and requiring people to even have free email accounts. It makes me not want to read your email, your stuff if I have to log in. You see, now I have the issue of... Okay, there it is. There's a delay because, well... I have an email security suite. So you made me create an account and there's no password tied to it. That really irks me. So you sign in. And I have to like click and eat. That is so dumb. That is so dumb, 404. Like, I really hate the fact that all these email providers are requiring you to log in. Like, New York Times does it too. Everyone is. And it's like, why can't you just let me read it, do the ad block detection, make me drop my ad blocker just to read it? But no! And I love how the email like says, secure sign-in. No, it's not. It's an email. Email's not secure. Sign up for the newsletter. You can read their articles. Yeah, but the issue is I shouldn't have to. I shouldn't have to sign up. I don't want to sign up half the time because I don't want to like spend the time of like having to do the thing. Then you have me like have to log into my email to access the thing. I don't like that. Makes me like I miss the days when I used to be able to just drop JavaScript and read it through W3M. But no! Can't be fancy and use a CLI browser anymore. So they were using data related to customs and border protection, the cryptocurrency giant. So, oh wait. Telemessage? The data stolen by the hacker contains the context of some direct messages and group chats sent using its Signal clone, as well as modified versions of WhatsApp, Telegram, and WeChat. They're using everything except the InfoSec-approved methods of Signal and Matrix Protocol, but even then, unless it's SAMLed, I shouldn't have to use. You shouldn't be using it. Look, if they were using Matrix and they had it with an IDP run by the U.S. government with an SAML authentication, that'd be one thing. But this is no bueno. Who the hell is Telemessage? Has anyone heard of Telemessage? I've never even heard of this crap. Is this a Temu version of Signal? Is an Israeli software company based in Petah Tikva, Israel, founded in 1999. You're founded in 1999. You ain't that secure. Only 55. You are a small company. Funny thing is, I know exactly where that is. And Hamashavot. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly where that is. I had some family that lived there in Petah Tikva. Yeah, I love how the Wikipedia is already there. The firm was acquired by Smursh. Like, they've been around for like 20 or so years and I ain't heard of them. So they do mass messaging. Secure enterprise messaging. Doubt it's that secure. Trump says he wants to reopen Alcatraz. Oh, jeez. For what? Wasting more of our damn money? Okay, hold on. The means the hacker was able to steal the message. What happened appears to be active. Discussion. So why would anyone in the government be using this? Why would you be using this tool? And it looks like it's not even encrypted that well if it's showing stuff like that in clear text. White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Bailey previously told NBC News in an email, "As we have said many times, Signal is an approved app for government use and is loaded on government phones." The use case in which it's allowed in the government is very, very limited. It is not meant for primary means of communications in sensitive conversations. This is, for the administration that was so hard on Hillary Clinton for her use of a private email server. To be fair, I am as well. The difference is, I work in cybersecurity, and I was saying all along that's no bueno, and I'm also holding these clowns accountable too. This is worse than what Hillary ever did. I want to make that clear. What the Trump administration is doing on an ongoing basis with Signalgate, the handling of documents physically with Mar-a-Lago, all of that, makes Hillary Clinton's email server look like child's play. I didn't care about the emails, only that it was something they could use against her. Yeah. And Trump right now is crashing the economy. So we're officially in our first quarter of recession. I think to get, first quarter of a shrink. I think we need 3 quarters. How many quarters of decline is a recession? 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. So if we have another quarter, we will have fulfilled Kamala's prediction that we would be in a recession by summer. Because 2 quarters, that's all you need. I'm not saying this as a, Democrat versus Republican thing. I'm literally using what Kamala quoted as saying we would be in a recession by summer. The next quarter would be, let's see. So if the report came out just this past few weeks, around July. Around July, we'll know where we stand for the second quarter, which ends in June. And I'm going to have to say, I don't think it's very good. So I actually was thinking about talking about this for a little bit. Let me see if I can get a world map for a second. World map PNG. So you heard that John Deere and many other businesses are looking at leaving the USA for their production and everything. I believe we've all heard this. So Trump responded back with saying John Deere is going to pay 200% in tariffs. We'll just do it this way. Really? You're going to make me register for a name to download a map? Here, we'll just get Wikimedia. That should work. Okay. So, let's do a little geographical math here. All right? Y'all can see the map on my screen. If you're on TikTok, I'm sorry, you only see 1/3 of the screen. And that's an issue, not an ish-me. Alright, so let me see. India is over here. Alright? This will make sense. So this is all of China right here. So let me get this saved for a second. We're gonna edit this map. No, I don't need to scan that. And we'll just open up GIMP. Yeah. We'll keep it. Okay. All right, so we're going to do a little bit of math. So we have China over... that's not a good color. Let's get a proper color over here. Let's, Oh, you're only in the, grayscale because of... Okay. I'm a moron. Let's try this again. That's not what I want. Yeah, it's only got 4 colors in here. Hold on. This is why I should have done this beforehand. I was like, this would be a good thing to do for, like, world colors and everything like that. World map with names and color. Here, we'll just take Adobe's little image here. That'll work. Not like they aren't taking everybody else's work. All right. I see your Adobe stock little photo over there. Well, this should work just for what we need. All right. So we'll get a black mark over here. So we have China over here getting, let's say, what is it now? Like 150, 200% tariffs? Okay. So anything coming in from this country, 150%. That was not what I wanted to do. This shows just how little I use GIMP. Okay. Okay, so we have 150% tariffs over here. So if everything is going to be 150%... No. Stay. Good boy. All right, so if everything's going to be 150% here, and then everything else in the world, what's the reciprocal base they have? 10%, if I'm not mistaken? It's 10%, if I recall, right? So it's 10% base. Which, by the way, I was reading up on this. I believe the world average is somewhere around like 2 to 3% of a tariff. To give you an idea of just how jank his numbers are. Yeah. We actually have negative 17? Okay. Okay, so you have a 10% base tariff. What's the number for India and Mexico? Let's see. Trump, U.S. tariff, Mexico. Okay, so we have what, 25%? I think it was. I could be wrong. We'll just go with that. Simple math. Okay? So you have a 25% tariff over here to get anything from there. Now, Apple has said that they're going to stop producing their stuff in China. And they're primarily going to be in... God, Adobe, you don't let me zoom in? Anyway. Where's Vietnam? So, let's see. You are right here. Okay, what's the Vietnamese tariff? $46%. Okay. That should be good enough. So we have a 46% tariff on Vietnam. Now, y'all can correct me on these numbers. I'm just doing a quick lookup just so that we can have the simple math here. All right? So Apple is shutting down factories for a 150% tariff in China so that they can be in Vietnam, which is 46%. India tariff Trump. $26 on India. Okay, so we've got 26% over here. Okay, so why would they... This is what, like, blows my mind when it comes to a lot of MAGA. They think by taxing these countries all this much, it's going to bring production back to the USA. But here's the reality. I think Taiwan is, like, something like 30% or something like that, too. But Taiwan, you have to understand, is a tiny country. Like, I think that's Taiwan. Okay? And it's an island. Logistically, it's hard to get supplies over to them. Anyway, so India is 26%, Vietnam is 46%, which is where Apple said that they're going to move their phones. Why would they do that? Well, 26 and 46 is still better than 150%. And why would they not move it back to the USA? Because a lot of the components that they need are still produced in where? China. Which means they would need to... Can I do the brush? To get from here... Why are you not painting? This is why I am not an artist. Because I suck at art. We know that. I need, like, the tablet. Not recognized as a country by the UN because of China. Yeah. They also don't recognize a few other things. I really do need to learn how to use GIMP. But need to learn how to use Photoshop and everything. But anyway, if we were to ship from China to the US any parts to be manufactured, which is the majority of things, resistors, capacitors, inductors, diodes, antennas, all of that, guess what you would still have to do? All these components would be 150% tariffed over there. But it would be cheaper to get all those components coming in from China to Vietnam or India, then get the finished product shipped out from India or Vietnam at a 26 or 46% tariff. So what I think Apple's going to end up doing is they're going to do a lot of their smaller production stuff inside Vietnam, and they already shut down their U.S. factories. I don't know if anyone knew that. Okay, seriously, why is my brush not working? I can put text down. Is it because I need to switch layers? Aha! Look, I'm learning. Hey, Earthmark. Okay, but basically, if we take these parts over from here, put them over, guess what? 150% tariff over here, okay? We'd have a 150% tariff on anything coming in to the USA. Whereas, if we get the finished product over here, and let's say, okay, we'll just make that red. We get it from India. Nope. No. Oh, it's Control Y. Not Control Shift Z. Okay. So if we do this, and then we'll just get that to, get close to a blue over there. So if we go from India to here, that would end up being a 26% tariff. So it makes more sense from the Apple side of things to be doing this. Why? Well, what's the average wage in India? Uh, 25,000 to 30,000 rupees. Let's go on the high end, 30,000 rupees to dollars. Okay, the average monthly salary. I want you to understand this. On the high end, $355 a month for getting an employee. So $355 a month for a guy to screw in some things. Okay? Now, what's the Vietnamese monthly wage? Now, I'm going on averages. They're paid roughly the same, $347. This is why they're doing that. Because at the end of the day, they have to pay less in terms of employee costs, which are the overall most expensive thing, than U.S. monthly salary. All right, the average person in America makes about $5,000 a month. I'm sure some of you are like, F that. No, I don't. Well, we're just going on averages here. Okay, this is my Bob Ross moment. We're making happy little trees, happy little tariffs, okay? So nobody's happy about a tariff. It's the people that don't understand them. So you have the average American making $5,000 a month. It costs you less than 1/10 to get the same employee to sit there and install boards and, screw in devices and everything like that. So from the Apple perspective, yeah, I would take that move too. Okay, you're going to cost 150%. You're going to disrupt my supply chain and now charge 150% on top of the cost of the items that I have to make the same products. And then I have to pay employees 10 times the amount. Yeah, of course I'm going to move my stuff to India and take the 26% hit or the 46% hit. What I think Apple's going to do is they're probably going to move most of their manufacturing between these two countries. And then what they'll probably do is the final export out of India. So that way they take the lowest amount of hit. Or what they could do is do the packaging in another country, which takes an even lower hit. So yeah, this makes total sense to me. Now, John Deere is doing 25% tariff. With, and by the way, it's only 5% of all their manufacturing that they're doing is going to be coming out of Mexico, from what I was reading. 5%. The majority is still in the USA. But they still got to get parts from, you guessed it. Hold up. China. They still got to get parts from China. So at the end of the day, yeah, Trump's really screwed this entire thing up. Trump doesn't understand logistics. And I'm a cybersecurity guy. We do this as a business intelligence analysis, business impact analysis. This is part of cybersecurity, understanding the impacts of supply chains and supply chain security. Believe it or not, that's cybersecurity. Most materials are imported in the USA. They can't start an assembly factory in the USA and made in America. They still have to import the materials that got tariffed. Yeah, like rare earth minerals, it's still going to take about 5 to 10 years for them to actually produce the facilities to mine and refine all of those things. Yes, the USA does have a lot of REM that we could, gather, but it's going to take a few years to do that. So yeah, I would take that bet too. I would take that totally. But yeah, Apple shut down their U.S. factories from what I was reading. Yep. Apple is moving U.S. iPhone assembly to India amid tariff turmoil. And you want an idea of how expensive phones can get? I want you to know that, like, people have actually reported that Vance wants the UK to abolish its abortion buffer zone laws for a trade deal with the U.S. Vance needs to learn about sovereignty. You can't go around dictating what another country does when it doesn't violate, human rights laws or stuff like that. And I know some people are going to be like, abortion is life and all that. Not according to my religion. My religion says you side with the mother. Both, this is what pisses me off with these people that, go around like, well, abortion is bad. Well, guess what? You don't have to get one. My religion says that I have to side with the physical and mental health of the mother. If she physically nor psychologically can handle having another child, then yes, she's allowed to have an abortion. And that's not me making that up. That is Torah. I'm Jewish. That's what pisses me off about a lot of these Christians, because they are like, my Christianity is under attack, and I'm sitting over here like, we've had about 2,000 years of y'all freaking schmucks coming around ruining our religion. Not letting us be. The anti-free speech to put zones around clinics to prevent women being harassed. How about the guys that are, protesting the abortion clinics? Go get a job. Seriously, anytime I drive by those abortion clinics and I see what are predominantly men there, I seriously stop and yell out the window to go get a job and do something more productive with your time. Like, how about you go feed the homeless? How about you go actually volunteer your time to all the actual foster kids that are out there Or, the children that actually don't have parents. Because I hear all these people going around like, hey, I don't want abortion. I take on your kids and go do it. Nothing's stopping you. Like, I'm not against someone having the view to, be not have an abortion, but I also have the view of you don't have to have one. Take them more seriously if they took care of the kids after they're born. Exactly. I feel sorry for most of these kids that are on the road and everything like that. Like, if you actually hear the stories, I've had friends that, were, growing up through foster care and all this. They're great people. Don't get me wrong, but they've even told me, like, my life would have been easier if I weren't born. And I know some people are like, well, if that's really what making you go aghast, go adopt a kid. Oh, I can't afford it. Well, that's the reason why. If we had systems in place in this country to allow parents to properly take care of kids, we wouldn't need to be in this predicament in the first place. But y'all are saying to pump babies out, but not support the parents that are actually needing the kid, needing the actual support for kids. I mean, y'all know how much diapers cost? How much formula costs? How much health care for a child costs? I do. Because every time I'm like, I think about having a kid, looks at cost. No, I can't afford that. And I have a good job. The lack of U.S. statutory maternity leave is ridiculous. I think we need maternity and paternity leave. And this isn't me being like, oh, chiefest socialist. No, fathers should be there for their kids. That's an argument that a lot of conservatives have. But then you don't allow for systems for fathers to actually be there for their kids. The system is set up in such a way that fathers feel like they have to work so hard to just provide that they're not actually there for their kids. And then you're like, well, society would be better if there were more fathers around. The fathers are trying to either go get a job or under the stress right now because they can't put enough on the table for supporting these kids. And then you get this effed up view like my dad had, which is, well, I provided for the family. Well, guess what? Providing is only part of what makes you a good father. $30 for a diaper and $40 for baby milk. Per week, probably. UK gets a few weeks of paternity. I prefer a system of... Yeah, my aunt's British. May she rest in peace. I recall there's something like you actually get like a little stipend to actually help you with child supplies or that. Is that correct? I know it wasn't much, but it's like something... It's actually like enough to actually help things. It's not like to take care of everything, but it's a nice help of a buffer or something like that. Child benefit, is that it? Okay. USA did remove logging restrictions and fishing restrictions in the U.S. territories. Now the Trump administration, in April 2016, proposed a rule to rescind nearly all habitat protections for endangered species across the country. Well, here goes the dodo bird 2.0. Because America can't just kill one species. Yeah, child allowance in the UK, yeah. For less than a week, yeah. Yeah, I have friends that, like, I want kids and all that. I have a buddy that at work that just got married. And I've been trying to tell him, like, buddy, you got to think about going and get a house. And, like, the interest rates on a house is so expensive. And I'm like, go get a starter house. It'll build equity and everything. Then he's looking at that, and then he's, like, kind of slowly coming to the realization of, like, I don't know how am I going to afford a kid. I'm like, that's an issue, not an issue. I have dynamic disk. I always use sudo LDM tool to create all every time I'm booting. Try using rc.local but not working. It says rc local is service not found. I'm using Arch BTW. There's your problem. You're using Arch. No, but seriously, I don't know how to help you with that. And Arch will will create a lot of problems if you don't know what you're doing with it. so I don't use Arch. 26 pounds a week until child is 16 or 20 if in education. 26 pounds a week. So what is that? About $1.20 per pound, if I recall, right? I don't know what the price of British sterling is right now. That's not bad. It ain't a lot, but that's enough to go get you some formula or some diapers, help you out. That ain't bad. You're not having kids, but America go crazy for baby milk. $35 per week, not great, but helps. Yeah, it's still something. Well, Trump wants to reopen Alcatraz. Can we throw him in it? Make the ultimate Houdini trick. Throw him in a jail cell in Alcatraz, lock away the key, and walk away. It decreases if you're a higher earner, but gives mother state pension years if she isn't working. Huh. Any recommendation for someone who wants the Linux? Which one should I download to? I like Pop OS. That's what I use for mine daily. Pretty straightforward operating system. Has like kind of the Mac-like look, but pretty easy to use. I game on it and everything. Reminder, that place is said to be haunted, and I don't believe in ghosts. Look, we throw Trump in there. Have him haunt the place. My ghost is so scary. I go boo. Oh, wait, those are my poll numbers. Why do I sound like a Jewish New Yorker with a smoking problem when I do that? Europe is definitely warning about something coming. What coming? The whole tariff or whatever. But yeah, I feel like there is a recession coming in the world, and it ain't gonna be pretty. Like, cause this is unsustainable. The whole tariff situation, the uncertainty of it, disrupting supply chains. Dude, we haven't seen issues like this since the pandemic. This time, it truly is going to actually be a plandemic. Not that they planned for it. And everyone that's like, this is exactly what Trump wants. Do not assign to malice what could easily and adequately be explained through stupidity. Stock up on Portuguese wine. Yup. I need to do that. I'm down to 2 bottles. I just picked up a bunch of meat today. I already could see meat costs were going up over at Costco. The King of Canada is making a state visit up there to help keep Trump in line regards to his 51st state rhetoric. What is it? Carney? Is that the Canadian PM? I can't remember his name. That dude seems solid. Like, I'm not just saying that. Like, I'm saying that dude is definitely, like, a foot up your butt type dude. And I can respect that. And I was reading his resume a while ago. Not too bad. Yeah, former governor of the Bank of England. Was he governor? Whatever, but I know he was doing really well. I think he was like the first Canadian to be the head of the Bank of England or something like that. Really impressive. But I totally feel like we need a dude like that in the USA. Not this fake ass business type dude. I think the biggest mistake the USA ever did was come out with The Apprentice, because it gave Donald Trump this illusion that he's actually a good businessman. You heard Donald Trump didn't like his poll numbers and now wants to fire and have the Fox pollsters investigated. He wants to have Fox investigated for the bad polling. What a sore loser. What's up, Ziad? How's it going over on the YouTube sides? How do you feel about fully digital banks? I don't know how I feel about them. Right now, I feel really good about nihilism. Ever saw the Donald Trump, the Sesame Street Trump parody, Donald Grump? I have not. What is this you sent me, vampire? Ew. A DIY kit. That seems fun. Over the, works at the stock order, the LLCC LoRa chip cripples the RF capability of the device, as this chatter can only communicate on the medium slow channel. Switching the chip with the pin compatible and more capable Heltec RA62. Okay. Looks like a fun little device. It's got T9 texting! Okay, if we can, like, throw this into, like... Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. Let me just pull up this picture. If we can fit that into this... Okay? Indestructible mesh-tastic device. Okay? You can see it, right, guys? Like, just throw that, this, into that. Don't tell me you wouldn't want it. I would totally go for a mesh-tastic device like that. Like, why the hell do you think I went for the LilyGo T deck over here? Okay? Why do you think I went for this? Because it looks like a BlackBerry! Of course, I just wanted a bigger ass antenna. So... Eee. But the antenna on this isn't too bad. Like, I pick in the past few days of driving around and just carrying it with me, I've caught 56 nodes. And, I did manage to catch, like, one dude chatting. It just was in the middle of the night. I think it was in the middle of when I was streaming or something like that. So, I am planning, when I go to DEF CON, I'm gonna have a pre-shared key. I'll probably drop it in the Discord in the Matrix, so that anyone who wants to connect and, you know, chat at DEF CON will be able to do so over Meshtastic with me. I think that could be fun. Hold on. I just wanted to see something on this. No, I gotta figure that out. Oh well. Play with that later. Those Nokia with the changeable IMEI. Yeah. You gotta fit the screen. I'm sure someone could figure it out. Just 3D print a Nokia 3310 case. Yeah, I think that'd be fun. Have a mesh-tastic group. And the other thing... Yeah, all UK bunkers are abandoned. Well, yeah, I mean, most of the ones in the USA are, except for the people that keep buying them. Never would have actually worked. Yeah, sounds like things that are made in Britain. Anyway, if when I go to DEF CON, I'll probably have GMRS on my radios, but I don't know what channel I'll be monitoring. I kind of have to see when I'm there, and then announce it. Because it depends on how chatty the channels are. Have you seen the IT Crowd's Made in Britain sketch? That's what I was referring to, the Made in Britain. Where the fire extinguisher catches on fire. Yeah. But yeah, I'm trying to get a bunch of house repairs and improvements done before tariffs really hit. Like, I'm having Windows evaluated. Not Microsoft Windows. Windows that actually works and are performant. Having them look at my bathroom. Because for those of you that don't know, I've talked about this a little bit. I have 2 bathrooms, but one of them is in the basement, like right around here. And the previous owner was like a party girl or something. She had a jacuzzi apparently installed in the basement. I know, it sounds like a great idea. Till you realize it's a really large jacuzzi and it was installed very cheaply, so the jets are leaking and it shoots out the side. So, like, I would need to rip out the sidewall to fix that, and then the water heater isn't properly sized for it. So I would have to get a booster and all that. Well, I'm just thinking of, because Darko, when he was in town, we talked about it. He's like, just rip this out and make it into a big ass standing, big ass shower, walk-in shower that you could just stand and wash. And I just started referring to it as the orgy shower. So I'm gonna have some remodelers come in to look at that. And I need to get the upstairs bathroom replaced, remodeled, because the bathtub in it is jank and all that. I want to get my ham radio shack set up. I need to get the fence replaced so my dogs can go out without a lead. And then I want to get rid of the metal shack I have, because that's going to interfere with my ham radio when I put my HF antenna out there, with how close it may be, because, yeah. And then possibly get the gutters replaced. And then what I'm doing also is converting my electric water heater back to gas. It originally was gas. Because I'm trying to do everything I can to save money. Because, in the long term. Because the windows, they need to be replaced. They're single pane. And I think last time I did an energy inspection, like 3 years ago, they estimated just by doing, like, the windows and all that, I could save, like, 30%. So, have you tried an air source heat pump? I have a heat pump, in a mini split for the upstairs. But the rest of the house is central air. And then, I live in a part of the country where gas is cheaper. So, I found a water heater installer that could do the whole thing for, like, I think it was like $1,200 or $1,300 with a 10-year warranty. Like, they cover everything going on with the device. And that would also be fixing the, so the reason why I went away from gas to electric was the vent had collapsed. And it was going to cost me too much money to fix the vent. Well, it wasn't that much money, but I was a broke college kid, basically, and I just spent all the money on the house. So, it just was not going to happen. So, the quick fix was, there was already a 50-amp line that happened to be run there. So I just put that to a new 30-amp breaker, or 50-amp breaker, and then ran a new electric water heater, because my girlfriend at the time, her brother was an electrician, so it was just, we bought the water heater, and then we did the replacement ourselves. But now I got a little bit more money, so yeah. As for radiators plus hot water, they have efficiency rating of plus... So it's cheaper as long as electric isn't 3 times more expensive than gas. Yeah, that's the problem, is we kind of have that problem. Like, I notice my electric bill is way more than my gas bill. Like, the gas for the water heater, I think, was like $10 a month. but the electric for it is like 40, 50 bucks. So for me, it doesn't make sense. I'm just going to go back to gas and then get the windows replaced. And then hopefully I can shed like, I want to say like 30, 35% of my overall utility bills. Because then I did the math and it would pay for the windows and water heater would actually pay for themselves in about 4 or 5 years. So, yeah. Got a thermal camera for checking your insulation? I don't, but I should get one eventually for a numerous amount of things. Anyone have any suggestions for a cheap one? Because I don't need a super expensive FLIR camera. To the Amazons. Let's see. Thermal camera. I don't want to get the kind that connects to an iPhone. They look dumb. My dad has a FLIR camera that connects to USB-C to his Pixel. Got it secondhand eBay. Ooh, there's a thought. Like the FLIR one. Well, they have handheld ones that are like 200 bucks. So let's check the eBays. The Seek USB one. FLIR. Thermal camera. Jesus. These are like the professional units I saw over here, like $7,000. I don't need that. FLIR 1 Gen 3 for Android smartphones. That's not bad. They have the one for iOS, and they have the one for Android. Wait, I just gotta see this. Oh, this is dumb. So the iOS one literally is just the lightning connector. Like, I want to show this to you. I was like curious as hell. I'm like, what's the difference? Yeah, it's a USB-C connector. iPhone doesn't use USB, I mean, it's a lightning connector. iPhone doesn't use this anymore. So, like, totally don't care about that. F that. Seek thermal camera. You have a particular one? Some cat smartphones got FLIR, yeah, but I don't want a whole phone. Oh, see, they got the old micro USB ones. All right, let's see. Seek thermal camera. These ain't that much cheaper. Actually, a little bit more. Yeah, I don't want to have a whole other phone. Well, they have the hand imagers. Those are kind of nice. The laser pointer one. I may look at getting one eventually. Not a priority right now. Oh. Forgot to mention, I think I figured out the, issue with, what was it? I figured out Oblivion's stuttering, I think, right after the last stream. We'll be playing that in a few minutes. How can I bridge the gap from what I learned college for IT in the real world? Home labbing helps with a lot of that stuff, but the honest truth is, working in IT will help a lot more. Home labs help you at least get some realistic ideas of how things fit together, but the honest truth is, you got to embrace the suck and work an IT service desk for a little while to know what it's like with all the different issues and the nuances. I see it all the time where there's people that come into the field and they don't know much about how things work, or you think like, why don't you just do this? Like, I'm not trying to pick on a coworker, but I kind of have to use them as an example. We had a coworker that they don't have much experience in the way of how, it works in the business and everything. And we use Zscaler at work. We're Zscalered up. Like, we're really in depth into it. Like, things will break if Zscaler's not on. And, they're complaining about the issues that we have with Zscaler. And it tells you a lot when the architect and the two other engineers in the room are laughing and saying, no, we're not leaving Zscaler. And they're like, well, why don't we just go to Palo Alto? And we're all like, do you know how much work it would take to replace all of that in terms of time, money, and expense and everything like that? And they didn't seem to understand that I was trying to also tell them, like, you're never going to find a perfect vendor. Every vendor's going to have their own issue. And you're never going to get, like, I jokingly made a Jewish prayer in Hebrew for Zscaler. I need to pull this up for you. Let me pull this up, okay? I haven't shared this anywhere, but it's in my Canva. Hey, Ryan. Welcome to the stream. So I made a prayer for Zscaler stability. Blessed are you, Lord our God, ruler of the universe, who has not let Zscaler crash in our time of need. With an add-on prayer over here. May it be your will, Lord our God, that Zscaler remain free of bugs, send us no 504 errors, and never surrender our traffic to the internet police. Amen. DM it to me. No, that's my meme. Make your own meme. I got bored on Friday and I just like crafted that with a little help of ChatGPT. Totally worth it. We got a good laugh out of it. I sent that to one of my Jewish coworkers in the endpoint configuration side, and he was dying laughing. Like, you did not just do that. I'm like, yeah. So, Chief, can you do everything you want on Pop OS, including gaming? Yeah. We'll be playing Oblivion Remastered in a minute here. Like, look at all my games. I've played, like, almost all of these on Linux. Yeah. It'll work fine. The only issues that you may have is, kernel level anti-cheat, which, to be honest, even if it were on Windows, I wouldn't play a game with kernel level anti-cheat. I don't know which one Catchy OS is. Get the pipe wire set up here. I've had people ask me about Fortnite on Linux so many times, and I tell them all the time, find a better game. It's the same thing as Call of Duty. Find a better game. My next trick, I'm gonna learn engineering statistics and differential equations in 3 days. Remember that time I had my sanity? Yeah, that was before then. I started rewatching Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Left, front, left.
Damn, hold on.
Front, left.
Okay.
Front, right.
I had an issue where I couldn't hear my own mic.
Front, right. Front, left.
Oh, that's why my, I was like, why? Oh, what? Okay. Yeah, my, somehow I knocked my slider and it went down. Okay.
Front, left.
There we go. Turn that down a little bit.
Front, right.
Cool. Red Bull Moe's and Red Bull, and more Red Bull is gonna get me through this. Yeah, yeah. Honestly, I don't see the point in what people see in like Fortnite. It's a game that's like so old and played out. The Battle Royale. I've got to write a 15,000 word dissertation in 3 days. I got to study my CCSP more. I'm working on my next cert for CCSP. I was reading the book and honestly, like, it's about an 80% overlap with the stuff that I was already learning.
Treasure has to be true.
So I've heard.
Heard any news from the other provinces?
Okay, so before I went to sleep the other night after stream, I was tweaking the game a little bit. And I think I figured out what may have caused the stuttering and everything. So for the reference, we can keep that uncapped. These are the settings we're at right now. I was playing with. I did use DLSS, and for some reason that worked just fine. Now we're gonna go out into the city because that's where it was sketchy. Thursday is my last day of my 3-year BSc Comp Sci course.
How are you?
Okay, so if you remember last time, it was stuttering like hell. So I think we fixed the stutter issues. I did have to track down some what do you call it? Unreal Engine fixes. Oh, there's the Fighters Guild. Let's join the Fighters Guild. I'm on Pop OS Linux. My
What can I do?
specs are on the
Fighters Guild is all. Are you interested in? Fine.
I got a 5950X and an NVIDIA 3070.
Let's see if we can't teach you a thing or two. You will advance as you be aware, though.
Yeah. Okay, contract.
For you, I think I've got. Farewell. It's my pleasure.
Wait, what?
The prophets. Goodbye.
There were stutters. Yeah, everyone has been having stutters with this game.
Win of the fighter. Bye. Yes.
Wait, you can train me.
Knowledge is power.
Oh, you can't train me any higher.
Care.
You suck.
Heh.
Sten the Ugly. Well, he ain't wrong.
Farewell.
Should have had him looking like Commander Doofy. I did it. I'm Officer Doofy. What distro do you prefer for gaming? I use Pop OS for gaming.
Good that you want to get better.
Everyone's like with blunt weapons. I want to get to the stabbing.
Rana. Let's see if we can't teach you a thing or two. Goodbye.
I used Windows. I had it do an update, rebooted, never came back on. So I said, that's it. Done this a couple times, and I said, never look back. Yeah, I've had a lot more stability with Pop OS than Windows ever did. Windows just kind of was janky. Like, it's kind of weird how people just accepted, hey, yeah, I got to install my Windows box once a year to clear out all the junk. And I'm sitting here like, but why?
Is there no one who would stand for the 9? Oh my! This is only the... Do you understand nothing? The blood speaks.
Dude looks like he's on something.
Runes if you cannot. As uibala umarale el nada rakuva. In the alien tongue, by the eternal power of Umaril.
I still say they need to redo Morrowind. I would love to play that game with modern tweaks.
A curse upon Umaril's ancient foes, and a threat. Alas, Umaril cannot be stopped. Not without the aid of the gods, not without the Crusaders' relic, without a champion. The gods are powerless to act. But who among us is worthy to wield? You would quest for the holy panoply of Pelinal Whitestrake? The legend. Are you? Well then, hail, hero of Kvatch! I'm sure one of your many... Once there were 8
Divines? Yeah. Wish they would talk a little bit faster. He kind of sounds like the king of Spaceballs. Yes, he does.
Became 9. I followed the old way of honoring the 8 while also giving due to Talos, the one who ascended.
Courses are so bad, the professor said I'm gonna have to take an educated guess. Oof.
Are you? Well then, I'm sure. Think on this. So, are you? A humble heart is a good... The gods grant insight to those they deem worthy. What I can tell you is that, traditionally, travel to the... If the god... Walking the pilgrim's way, follow the map I gave you. May the 8 and 1 guide your steps.
I wouldn't go in there unless you have a strong stomach. We have orders to leave everything just the way it was until the... It's baffling. Maybe that prophet is right. Be seeing you.
Okay, let's see what the chapel was. Most normal engineering school moment. We don't do it because we like it. Oh. Yes, I know. I am taking the gold from their bodies. What are they going to do with it? They're dead. Okay, let's see what's in the chapel hall. Okay, these rooms are oddly... in good order. Take a strawberry, take a sweet road. Jeez. Take all the alchemical ingredients. God, I can't say that. These books are worth something, but I thought they would actually, have some, like, skill leveling. I used to read all these books. Because, like, Morrowind trained you, like, to actually read the books, and you'd have, Call of Duty Warzone installer work on Linux. I don't think so, because of their stupid kernel level anti-cheat, and they haven't made it Linux compatible. Hey, that's what I was looking for. I gotta level up. And an apple. I can give something to a good teacher, tell them you're good. I am curious, how did that whole, like, idea of, like, giving your teacher an apple start? Okay, let's go to the, Undercroft. Only games without the kernel anti-cheat? No. It's not that games without the kernel level anti-cheat. It's the games that have kernel level anti-cheat that they haven't, enabled the Linux version for. Oh, shit. I need a silver weapon. I need either silver, daedric, or glass. Only problem is silver's weak. Yeah, like, Halo has, anti-cheat, but you can play that on Linux just fine. Okay, so why don't we... Okay, filters. Let's get restore fatigue. So many vulnerabilities on Windows, but Call of Duty only works with it unless you get a PS5. Or, hear me out, get a better game. There hasn't been a good Call of Duty since they stopped doing all the World War II ones. Okay, restore health. Nope. Chameleon. Black Ops 1 was my first ever COD. Yeah. Go get the original ones. You'll see what we mean by, like, there was a lot better Call of Duties back in the day. Black Ops was so-so. Okay, so that cleared some weight. I got a shit ton of potions. I created 47 new potions. Hey, thank you for the follow, Liz, yeah. Yeah, I don't know why everyone's like, I gotta play Call of Duty. I gotta play, uh, Fortnite or all that. I'm like, there's hundreds of other games out there. Find a better one.
I've killed Gorgo, grow sure. I'm through talking.
But yeah, I think we finally fixed a lot of the performance issues with, Oblivion. So I'm happy about that. This game needed a lot of optimization. Okay, but now... Let's see, what quests? Path of Dawn. Mentioned an eyelid ruin. He says it's where the disappearances are occurring. I must investigate. Alright. Let's go do a quest.
What?
The problem with Oblivion, though, kind of like Skyrim, was the unique items didn't level up that much, so you kind of want to get yourself to like level 20, 25 before you actually really start doing the game. But also, once you start doing the game, then you have this issue of,
Is it?
the Oblivion gates start disappearing. Ayo, Silver. Oh, you want some? How the hell do you have a gold coin? At least your death was not in vain. I am using Pop! OS Linux. Let's see what this camp is. Crowhaven. Is it a friendly camp? Or am I gonna kill them camp? It's an oh, they're already dead camp. Okay, so where's Crowhaven and what's down here? Ew, we got a little fort. Why do you go straight after my horse? Ooh, a silver bow. See, at first you had my curiosity, but now you have my interest. Get back here, you pile of bones. A dwarven bow. Ooh, that's even better than my bow. Definitely taking that. So... Alright, we got a little shrine over here. Ooh, a chest. One piece of gold. Yeah, this game is performing a lot better now that I did these tweaks. It was kind of hard to dig up where the, setting was. Alright. Hopefully there's nothing in here that, can avoid damage. They don't have any mystical or magical weapons. Here the ghosties. But I do got stuff to kill rats. And a wolf. Killed you with a bone in your mouth? Poor doggy. All I got are like silver arrows. I'll sneak around with heavy boots on. I do feel like we need to kill someone so I can get on the Dark Brotherhood quest line. Nice try, doggy. Alright, so let's see. Well, at least you died with some gold on you. Thank you. Okay, that door looks like it goes deeper. Let's see. Glitched out for a second there. Reflect that damage back on you, boy. Hey, 36 gold. Damn it. I gotta get a key. Into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. I got 3 shots off on you, boy. Looks like a zombie. It is a zombie. Nice try, buddy. Good try. A for effort. That was weird. Nothing here. Alright. Alright, nothing over here. What do we have over here? I hear bones creaking. A skeleton hero? Not my hero, dude. Potion to cure disease. Interesting. Nothing here. Interesting. I don't think there was anything else in here. I wonder if that's part of another quest or something. I don't understand how you have doors that is like this door cannot be picked. When it's like, dude, every lock can be picked. The creepy whispers of a dungeon. Let's see, which way do we need to go? Alright. Nothing much in that dungeon. Boring. Glitched out again. Made me jump on the horse. Okay, so we're on the Gold Coast. Don't you dare kill my horsey. I thought that was a conjured beast for some reason. Why does he keep trying to jump on the horse? Nothing looks suspicious outside. I should check it. We're gonna go into the ruins. I hear a zombie. Okay, we got a zombie. That makes me feel like there's a conjurer or something nearby. Chest in the center of the room. There we go. It always annoys me whenever they have a lockpick inside an item that you just picked the lock for, especially when you spent like 4 or 5 lockpicks to get that one. Makes no sense to me. There we go. Okay. Skeleton Creeks. Sweet. Got that taken care of. Alright, we got some casks. Don't really want to take a silver claymore, but we need a silver item just in case. I'd like a silver longsword. I got a Varla stone. I got a Welkin stone. Those Varla stones are definitely worth something. I just don't know what they're good for. I knew it. Come on. Quit being a little bee and get over here. Okay, steel mace over there. Okay, we got a cask over here. All that for a little bit of gold. Really? Oh, another cask. Same amount of gold. No lock. What's your favorite game? I like the Elder Scrolls series. Number 3, Morrowind, was so far my favorite. Needs to get updated. That's why I'm playing Oblivion. God damn it, I picked up some junk. Also, Tribes 2 is definitely a good favorite of mine. The Doom series is a good favorite of mine. Quake series. That scared me. I was like, Is the room gonna collapse on me?
Ooh. Ah.
No, she's gonna poison me. God damn it. Okay, set one. Oh, that should have been a set. Okay, let's see if we can... Potion of... Restore fatigue. Okay, here's some more zombies. Okay, so I gotta get down there. Trying to build my sneak. Sneaky, sneaky. Hey, Barack. What's up? Okay, do you need to go outside? Is that what you need? Do you go outside? Is that what you need? Outside? Okay. We're gonna take a quick bathroom break, because my dog is being demanding. Okay, I get it. You need to go outside. Okay. We'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Fed the dogs while I was at it. You know, they're headless zombies. And yet, they can see where to go. Anyone else besides me find that weird? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. For completionism. Powerful magic is preventing. I should tell my findings to Elov. Well, I do know that there's someone here because they're doing some kind of alchemy. Alright, what magic do I have affecting me? Oh, I have a disease. Reflect damage. Okay. Please get running. Get out of this dungeon here. That explains why the Conjurer is nearby, though. I wish you could walk your horse. Is that a shipwreck? I think it is. Even the goddamn mud crabs go after my damn horse before me. I don't get it. Hey. A Nirn root. I forgot about these. I forgot about those in the game. That whole quest with Nirn root. Looks like there's nothing really much here of value. All right. So, where should we head to now? Our inventory is kind of full. Maybe... Let's go to the market district.
Children are starving. Please help.
I think we need to wait 2 hours. All right. Didn't feel like breaking in right in front of a guard.
I'm Phintius. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you. Good day.
Okay, so let's make sure I learned everything from the tomes.
Hey, go ahead, please. I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
What's this do? That's an expensive ass thing.
Thank you for your pay. Good day.
Sounds like a dick. I
Hi
can
there.
read books. A copious coin purse.
Welcome to the Copious. What kind of deal can I make for you today?
Apparently I can't sell you high heels to be taller.
A good price for a good customer.
Wait. He's got... Okay. He got hammers. That's something. Yeah, let's do it by weight.
That's a good deal.
A mort flesh. Wondering what... Dad? Imp? Well, I mean, a dad thing, that'd kind of be up to you. But DAC amp, I use the, Objective 2, ODAC, and amp. It works kind of nice.
That's a fair deal.
I've had that one for a while, though.
That's more than I'd usually pay.
I appreciate your business.
Goodbye. Please come again.
All right, let's see. What's a Varla stone do? Oh, I can use it to recharge things. Cool.
What kind of... Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. You've made a good bit of gold. That seems a fair price.
Feather on self.
Thank you. Come again.
Goodbye, please.
Let's see. Fortify endurance 6%.
Please come again. What kind of... Let's do business. An excellent bargain. A fine trend. That's a fair deal.
Let's get rid of all these scrolls because I don't really use scrolls.
You've made a good price. That's a good, a fine transaction. You got a great...
The water breathing might come in handy though.
That's a good deal.
Okay, we can sell that. Now, why do I still look like I'm heavy? Oh, those are heavy. That's why they restore health. Oh. Because those are older restore health. I gotcha.
Thank you. Come again.
Goodbye. Please come again.
Yes, Kenny. This is Linux. Wondering the the Blue 2S. Haven't played with that.
How do you do?
Hi there. Isn't the Gilded Carafe a nice shop? On to Svanen. He preaches in Bye.
Okay, so let's see what's next. The Merchant's Inn. The Black Horse Courier. Let's see.
How goes it? Urjabi help. Be seeing you. Well, what can I do for... Bye.
Oh, I guess they're the Thieves Guild. Three Brothers Trade Goods. Let's see what's in here. Man, it's been a while since I played Oblivion. I used to know all these shops by heart.
Say, he is dirty, plain and simple. I don't trust him at all. Won't even come to... If you want to give me a hand, go... Jensine. Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in?
A fine iron bow. I got plenty of hammers, though.
Tertullians? May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
An Akaviri Sunderblade.
Farewell.
Yeah, I'm too broke for that. Jensen's good as new. A lot of these seem to be the same kind of...
Feel free to browse, friend. So, Tertullian sent you, huh? Well then. I'm the chairperson for the Society of Concerned Merchants. We
Society of Concerned Merchants.
Back to keep a nice, fair economic balance in town. Not every store is a member, but we're slowly trying to convince them to join. Everything was fine until Thorinir opened his shop.
Oh, so you sound like the Better Business Bureau.
Selling all sorts of merchandise.
No, you're more like Yelp.
Prices like you wouldn't believe.
Forcing people to join a
He
group.
doesn't always sell what we sell, but it is still a problem. People who buy tend to want to spend their money there. That leaves none for us.
All I did was sell him a bunch of my shit.
May have to close up shop. He outright refuses to join the society or even discuss the matter. We are convinced he's up to no good. What we need is for you to case his establishment and figure out where he gets his inventory. We cannot do it ourselves, as he recognizes all of us. The job pays... His inventory must be... Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Akaviri Warblade.
Thanks again for your help.
I didn't say I would help. I just said, you know, might consider it. The red diamond jewelry.
What can I do for you? What can I interest you in?
Fuck the ring. Jesus.
Good day.
That's a good ring there. Tempted to sneak in and steal his stuff. I ain't that good of a thief yet. You know, if you know where this poster's from, that's a callback to the original, one of the original Elder Scrolls game. What is it? Elder Scrolls 2? The Arena? The main ingredient. It's human. Serve man. It's a cookbook.
Finally. How interesting. I've heard of these glowing roots. You want to speak... I have potions and everything you need to make your own. What will it be?
An apprentice calcinator.
Bargain at any price.
See what we can get to restore health.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Get the Harada. Lady's mantle leaves.
Thank you for your business. You too.
All right. Restore health. Okay, so now let's see. Yeah, see, these are much later now. Because now I got better potions. Okay.
If you haven't... Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? Farewell.
Okay, cool. So we got that taken care of. I'm gonna have to use the rest of my, health potions. A fighting chance. Maybe we can find a silver item in here.
Welcome to a fighting chance. I can show you some new things.
Hooray! I am now a journeyman.
May I interest you in some of my fine wares?
A dwarven dagger. And a silver short sword. That might work for now. Battle axe of hatred.
Thank you. Come again. You too.
Cool. Okay, so now I can level up. Just gotta find a bed. We'll do that in a second. At least we are a journeyman now.
You're in Rindir's staffs.
God, you're tiny.
Can I interest you in some of my wares? A good price for a good customer.
Hey.
A good price for a good customer.
I appreciate...
Good day.
My mercantile skill is grown to level 25. Nice. Go to Edgar's Discount Spells.
Edgar Vautrin. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel.
So that would have to be alteration.
Come back and see me again. Bye.
So if I were to... Right. What do you want, Barack? I just let you out. And I fed you, you dick. Okay, what is the spell move? Actions. Oh, C. Oh. That's nice that they actually, like, programmed it to the back button over there. The Mystic Emporium.
Welcome to the I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil.
Yeah, sure you do, buddy.
Only quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? Goodbye.
Yes? Always keep your magic. Let's do business.
Okay, let's see. What do you have? Boar meat? I'll take that. Scales? No. Full fat? No.
A pleasure to serve. Goodbye.
I'm just gonna have to, like, cast a bunch of protect spells. The hell?
Herbal grow orc slash and smash. Armor, weapons, I have it all. How may I help you?
Alright, let's see. I will take your lockpick, though. And... no, the short sword's definitely still a better way to go. Let me see. Which arrow? Arrow's not much better.
Thank you for your... Can't go into battle. I'm through talking to you.
Sounds like a dick. I'm through talking to you, dick. Shit's literally falling off.
That rude, I believe. Let's do business.
Oh, that's okay. So you have an apprentice retort. So I can sell you my retort.
I wouldn't make that deal with just anybody.
Get Dragon's Tongue. And get that ham for the health. As well as the ladies' leaves. Price. Restore speed. Yeah, we'll take that sweet cake.
Thank you. Bye.
I'll have to steal that near rune. Alright, so now let's apply a filter. Restore health.
I have. Let's do business.
Potion to cure disease.
That's more than I'd usually pay. A fine transaction.
Water walking.
That seems a fair price.
Light on self. Weak potion of healing. Yeah, I need to sell some of these old ones.
You've made a good bit of gold. An excellent bargain.
Okay, let's see. Weak potion of insulation. Jeez, I need to get rid of these. Restore health. I've got a lot of potions I gotta get rid of. No. Don't want to sell that. Let's hit that on accident.
You got a great deal there. You got a great deal there. You drive a hard bargain.
Yeah, that just lightened me up quite a bit, didn't it? Yeah, all these are getting a lot better.
That's more than I'd usually pay.
Wow, 8 points. Yeah, I got a bunch of these I need to get rid of.
You've made a good bit of gold. That's more than I'd usually pay.
Professor Messer. Who?
You drive a hard bargain.
Yeah, that just lightened me up like 10 pounds, just getting rid of all those potions. Nice. Wait, what does Mort Flesh do then? Fortify health?
That's a good deal.
It free courses on CompTIA certifications? Nope. I've never done CompTIA. I've only just gone for my CISSP.
An excellent deal.
I never had a CompTIA cert. Nothing against them, just never had to get it for my career.
I appreciate. Bye.
Ah. Yeah, right now I'm also working on my CCSP. Alright, let's see. What do we have from the best defense?
The best defense. Armor, weapons, I have it all. How may I help you?
You don't have anything. You ain't got shit.
You too.
I'm Bernard. Good that you want to get better. Have a look at my wares. I'm sure there's something to suit you.
That Aegis of Apocalypse is nice. But I'm broke. Let's see. The gauntlets.
A bargain at any price. That's a good deal. You got a great deal there.
Steel cuirass. Nope.
Come back and see me again. Farewell.
Haven't seen my dude in a while. Alright, so we at least are leveling up to dwarven items. Elite, respectful certification. Yeah, the CISSP is the only cert I have. Now I'm working on the CCSP, which is the Cloud Certified Security Practitioner. Cloud equivalent, basically, of CISSP. And it seems like it's a little bit easier, to be honest.
Very good. I offer the finest goods and lowest prices in all Cyrodiil. Thank you for your... Bye.
Greetings, Nord.
Let's go to the rooms. And then let's take a nap so that we can level up. All right, maxed out endurance and maxed out strength. What do we want next? Is it paid by your employer? Oh, yeah, the employer paid for it. I didn't have to pay for it. Yeah, moving forward, I'll probably do agility, willpower, and intelligence. Potato. When did you break into cybersecurity? Technically, I've been in it for like a few years now, but officially I've had the title of cybersecurity engineer for only 2 years, but I've been doing firewalls and stuff for many years. All right, let's see. Filter to restore health. And then restore fatigue. Restore endurance. In the field, what are some common misconceptions in breaking cybersecurity? The biggest one has to do with people that just think they can go straight into cybersecurity without having IT. Can it be done? Yes, but you're at a huge disadvantage. I've seen it with a few people where they jump in and they don't know diddly squat, and it actually makes them really weak in the field because they don't understand a lot of the basics of IT and cyber. Oh, okay. I can use the latent sigil stone. I can use the sigil stones. It's adjacent. Alright, let's see. Where am I at in terms of leveling now? Oh, good chunk of the way up there. Magic. Alright, let's see. What quests do we have? Unfriendly competition. The copious coin purse.
Rochelle Ban. Bye.
Alright. Let's see. What do we need?
Welcome. What kind of deal? The mythic. What about my... Well, thank you. I can see by the look on you. It's all about who you... Anyway, have... Can I interest you in some of my wares?
I sold him a bunch of my junk. A silver bow, a silver claymore.
Goodbye. Hope to see you again very soon.
Alright, let's see.
For an old bed.
Do I have to follow him? I guess.
Yes. Be seeing you.
Speak.
The Gray Fox. Ever been to DEF CON? I've been twice. May be out there again this year. We'll see. Bart told me it was strange notes.
What
Yeah,
is it, citizen?
we may be meeting up with different people in my little community there.
I've been better.
Heard any news from
Greetings
the
to
other
you.
provinces?
Nothing I'd like to talk about.
What is it, citizen?
Up to me in person over there. I'm kind of everywhere over there. In, out, all that. Kind of do my thing, so if you run into me, say hi.
You have my ear, citizen.
I also probably will be doing a meetup with wait, what the hell am I looking for? Yeah, I might be doing like a meetup to have drinks or something like that. Okay, what am I looking for? Go there and try to find one. Oh.
Speak.
Okay, I guess we gotta go to Hirschstein's little, oh, here. Would you recommend getting gear from Goodwill to set up a home lab? I'd like to get my hands on. Yeah, I mean, it's more about finding things that you can get value out of than where you get them from. A lot of my home lab equipment when I first started out was secondhand from you know, they were literally used computers from old clients that I was like replacing out. So yeah, whatever you can get your hands on. What is Linux distro? I mean, like, what Linux distro? Using Pop OS. A lot of these content creators pushes the agenda of... The only agenda I have is building a community that helps each other out. And maybe making some ad revenue along the way. And my soul's not for sale. The problem that you're gonna, like, see with a lot of these content creators is, the reason why they do that is they don't really have a job other than content creation, so they sell you on BS. And I've run into a few content creators that have, like, sold absolute BS that don't even work in tech. Like, I'm not gonna name names. There was a pretty big creator that, was just, they didn't even work in tech, and they would talk about, like, very cute little cybersecurity, hacks and all that, and then I got to talk to them, and I'm like, oh, you actually don't work in cyber. Like, when I say, like, don't work in cyber, like, they ain't even had a job in it. And you have all these people that keep going around like, oh, you know, my try hack me score is this or that. Dude, try hack me is great to learn, like, lots of ideas and concepts, but not your try hack me score means crap to me. Show me your home lab and what you can actually tinker with, and don't go off on like, oh, I have this fancy CVE. Yeah, most of your CVEs don't mean jack when you're in a properly protected environment. Eh, I shot him in the ass. Rooms, man. Rooms. Man, I remember when rats used to actually do a number on me. How deep does this cave go? Nope. My bow's better than your bow. How weird. You smack me, and yet you managed to... Nice chatting with you, man. I'll give you a follow. See you later, Jonathan. God damn it. You just bit me in the ass? I just stabbed you in the ass. God damn it. There we go. I've got a golden nug. Okay, cool. Let's see. Where do we need to go in? Pinned! A stick fence with a lock? Oh, come on! That was definitely a stick. Pinned him really hard to that wall, didn't I? I ain't gonna need that gold anymore. Almost to a journeyman on sneak. Or, no, apprentice. My bow skills are better, buddy. Okay, let's see. Okay, sneaky, sneaky. Did not see that mud crab there. Why are there mud crabs here? All right, let's see. Got him. Place, but I'm new to Linux. Is wine worth it? Well, yeah. It powers a lot of the gaming on Linux stuff. Proton is basically wine with extra pieces in there. How did I not see you? Like this game right now, Oblivion, we're basically using parts of wine to make it run. How the hell did I just kill myself? Let's try this again. Okay. Probably should quick save more often. All right, let's see. Sneaky, sneaky. I do miss that in Morrowind, you could actually disarm traps. That was a nice feature. Here you can only activate traps. Alright, we're just gonna sneak around. Sneaky, sneaky. It's very sneaky, sneaky. Sneak around. Give him a reach around. The downsides for being on a 32-bit operating system instead of 64-bit for wine. Well, why are you using 32-bit these days? Seriously. At this point, you should just be doing everything on 64-bit. And then you can just run the 64-bit with 32-bit compatibility liars. ChatGPT told me to turn it on. Yeah, don't always listen to ChatGPT. It can be helpful for things, but it can also get things wrong. Oh, that should have been a stick. But yeah, just use 64-bit, and then if you need, use 32-bit compatibility libraries. You should be fine. But yeah, but like, don't get me wrong. I use ChatGPT for some scripts and stuff, but it can get things wildly wrong. Do not use ChatGPT as an authoritative source for things unless you at least have an understanding of what you're trying to do. It can get you into a lot of trouble. Use Arch? No. You're not screwed, just... You're not screwed, you just need to, read through things rather than just defer to ChatGPT as the authoritative source. Now, there are times I go to it and I try to figure out things with its help, but... I also have an understanding of what I'm doing. Like, there's some issues I go to work through. Like, I asked it where, the Linux path was for, when I was working to optimize this game. But I still had to do some work because, like, for example, it was finding, it was trying to give me the Steam file for, Steam, app ID for Oblivion when, Oblivion Remastered as a whole other ID, and then I had to do my own due diligence. Yeah, I have a coworker that, like, is fresh, and he uses ChatGPT a lot as an authoritative source, and I think he's finally starting to come around to realize why I said that's going to get you in trouble. And I didn't mean in trouble at the company, but I mean, it's going to get you in trouble if you don't know what you're looking for. Like, I remember, what was it? He was asking it for career advice on, like, how to level up his career and everything. But the one thing it didn't tell him to do was learn the actual skills. It's like, oh yeah, you can get this cert, and you can get that cert. Just a Windows kid trying to get around parental controls. There's a lot of ways to get around that stuff, but I was wondering where you were. Okay, now here's where I died. Not today, motherfucker. Sneak attack. There it goes. Thanks for the help and sub. Alright, see you later, Rob. Have a good evening. I probably am gonna at least clear out this dungeon. Yeah, I'll be fine as long as I don't kill myself from a trap again. A pinch. A pinch. Cool. Hey, sugar, how's it going? I'm doing alright. Just killed myself in the game, activating my own damn trap. You missed it. It was funny. Ooh, glass arrows. We're starting to get glass. Alright, let's see. Where do we need to go now? Is it this section over here? Nice. I don't know why these goblins have so many lockpicks. They pick locks? Or is it just they go around going, ooh, shiny? A dead treasure hunter. Oh, mine now. I snuck up on that rat bastard. Ooh. Berserker. Dwarven arrows. Do they keep rats and mud crabs as pets? Alright, last tumbler. Damn it! Did I really just smack into my own log? Okay, so now let's see the map. All right. Yeah, it looks like I explored this whole thing. All right, so we got the Great Chamber. Looks like that area is just the only thing I didn't explore. Take this gold. Bullets, wisp stalks. Gonna have plenty of these mushrooms for alchemy. feel like one of the traps or something is stuck. All right, let's see. I think it's this way. Yep. How are you getting the game to run so smoothly? Oh, I did quite a bit of tweaking to the Unreal Engine. I did a little bit of research, and I'm running on Linux. Yeah, I got it running really smoothly now. It took a couple days of tweaking. Kind of get used to the fact that Oblivion, all the Elder Scrolls games are going to need some tweaking to get them to work the way you want. Cool. And I got it running on pretty high settings with the 3070. Now, indoors, it runs, really easily. Yeah, indoors, it runs really easily. I didn't have any performance issues. The issue was when you get outdoors, it gets really stuttery. But I got that fixed too. All right, let's get out of here now. Okay, to the right. Trying to level up my bow skills. Don't know how I missed that rat. All right, waterfront. Yeah, see? Performance is running great. Oh, you want a pinch? Bro, you can't even take an arrow to your knee. Port Alicia. What do you have here?
Just warming up, you pathetic worm!
Screw this. I'm gonna take those boots. All right, let's see. Let's get a... Where's the repair hammer? Oh. Getting a new curse? Do you mind if I do? All right. Let's take on this little dungeon here, this little fort.
Whatever it was, it's gone now.
What's that?
All right, I need to get a restore. Pick my heaviest. Use a restore health. And a restore health. And... No, I don't want to
You'll never take me down!
Yeah! Die! Die, damn you! Am I supposed to be impressed?
No, you're supposed to be dead. Ooh, Orcish Greaves. Alright, let's see. Orcish Greaves. Yeah, they're heavy armor. Okay. Where are we at now?
Huh? Where are you? What's that? Hello? Who's there?
So I take it you're on this side then.
Must have been the wind. Hello? Who's there? What's that? Take that!
Gotcha, bitch. Hold on. Dwarven Greaves. The same weight. Hold on. Actually, Orcish wear costs a little bit more. I'd rather have a... Okay. TikTok told me open source apps are less secure than closed source. Is that legit? No, that's bullshit. It really depends on the situation, but in more cases, open source is more secure because of Linus law. You have more people that are actually looking at the source code, finding bugs. For example, Signal, regarded as one of the most secure messaging apps. They've open sourced it. In the app, not exactly the servers or anything. Anyone that gives that opinion doesn't know what the hell they're talking about. And if it's the argument of, well, they can't see the source code, that doesn't always mean anything.
Worry about, I guess. Just my eyes playing tricks Rats always skirting around in the shadows, making me jumpy.
I'm gonna make you jumpy, alright?
What's
Dick.
that? Huh? Guess it was nothing. Where are you? You're pathetic.
He was selling a closed source password manager. Yeah, I wouldn't trust many closed source password managers. That's probably what they were like pissed off about, because people are like, well, what about Bitwarden and Proton Pass and KeyPass XC? Yeah. That sounds more like they had an agenda with things, if they're trying to just be like, well, yeah, it's more secure because it's closed source. No, that's not always the case. Riddled with arrows, buddy. Ooh, elven arrows. Nice. My katana does just as much damage.
Now you will know pain.
Okay, I need to get a restore. We'll do that. And then...
This ends here.
Alright, let's see. What's this? Oh. Glass claymore. Dwarven bow. I can hold on to that. I can sell that for a good penny. Okay, we do have enemies nearby. But I figured. Here we go. Wait, we still have more enemies in here, don't we? Yeah, we didn't explore a good chunk of this. Alright, let's keep going. But we did at least clear out that section. Come on, buddy. Battle mage? Can't battle much. I forgot there might be other guys here. Oh well.
You'll never take me down.
Never take you down?
More fearsome than you.
Well, I think I took you down. Nice. All right. I think we just cleared this. Nice. All right. Yep. Cleared all that too. Back to the Heartlands. Now we can fast travel to, Ah, god damn it. That was the stuttering I was getting in the last game. It seems to only happen when I'm outside, though. I don't know what's causing it. There must be, some glitches still and optimizations needed, but... Because once I'm in the city, I'm fine. Weird. Maybe there's just something being held on and caching. Alright, let's see. What do we have?
What can I... Knowledge is power. What can I interest you in?
Okay. Gold nugget. Silver
That's a fair
nugget.
deal.
Still a pearl. And a glass claymore.
Come back and see me again. Be seeing you.
Cool. So now... let's filter it by restore fatigue. Okay, mercantile. Damage health. Restore health. Okay, so let's see. If we can do restore health. Oop.
Hello there.
Yeah, I think it's something is getting stuck in the caching because it was working perfectly fine.
What do you want? Blasted. Have a look around. You won't find better prices in all Tamriel. I let that go too cheaply. You drive a hard bargain. A fine bargain for you. A fine bargain for you. Fine bargain for you. That's a good deal. That's a good deal. Pleasure doing business.
Okay, so now we've got plenty.
Good day.
Now let's get the calcinator to restore health. Not fortify fatigue. Restore fatigue.
Yes?
All right, so now
Only
let's...
quality goods for sale here. What can I interest you in? A fine transaction. That's a good deal. Come back
Cool.
and see me. Take care.
Hi there.
Now let's go back to the room. Level up. Oh, probably helps if I buy the room for the night again.
How? Yes? Blasted. I do have a bed of it. Very good. You too.
Ray! So I could literally do this just repeatedly for improved alteration. But... Alright. I think this is a good stopping point for the evening. We got to level 13, leveled up a couple of times. And we're 10 hours into the game. Yeah, but we'll be playing Oblivion probably a little bit more. But yeah, tomorrow I will be back on stream because we're modifying our stream schedule to Sunday, Monday, and Wednesday because I got some stuff I'm doing. And then what? Doom is out next week, I think? Yeah, I pre-ordered Doom, so we should be playing that soon when it comes out. I think it's May 15th. I think is when the official day comes out. But thank you all for joining me. Make sure if you haven't already, follow me on TikTok, follow me on YouTube, Twitch, and of course, Blue Sky and Mastodon as well. Join the Discord if you haven't already, as well as the Matrix server. Thank you all for joining me. If you're over on Twitch, stick around for the raid. I will see you all tomorrow. Happy hacking. Love y'all.